From chapter start.
You ready?
Yep.
Let's do it. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright and Co. law offices.
Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused.
Aren't we all? Huh.
Aren't we all? We've been confused this whole time.
It's true. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on?
Thankfully, they're going to give us a recap.
Thank you! I appreciate this. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room.
What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're going to try to find out. That's what we're going to find out. Not try. We're going to do. Or at least try. Never mind.
Okay.
Or try to, at least.
Alright, let's do it.
Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this, Rude.
Phoenix, I mean, you've clutch won like every case, so with the help of like spirits and so shut up,
exactly.
Phoenix. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
Would you mind coming with me? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show, except that they definitely are.
They are.
Let's go. Science awaits us.
I mean, what else are they supposed to do? Are they magic? February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot.
Maybe they are.
We're gonna find out.
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Of course it was our victim who was killed at the department.
And my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
Oh, pixels.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. I forgot Edgeworth's in this, yes.
The case just got 100% better.
I know. That's like the redeeming quality for me. If I'm ever like, I can't figure it out, I'm like, but there's Edgeworth.
Pretty much. Just think, Kat, he has his whole game. Like, he has a whole game to himself.
I mean, I'm okay. As long as Phoenix is in it, then I'm okay.
I don't know.
I need them together. I need them together.
I need them together. I don't know, because I've never played it, but...
Damn it.
My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never.
Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister.
That's not it at all. It's just... We're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was bloodstains or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. With talent.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminal testing fluid.
Luminal?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water.
Told you.
Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's... Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
So you can't spray something? We're
guess
testing
not.
blood stains. We're testing blood stains with the stuff, not drinking it.
How do you... Well, we could drink it.
I don't think that would end well.
Well, it would end this case a little faster. Hey, look. I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? But you had an extra pair of those things? Sweet. They are magic.
Yeah, they pretty much are. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminal on it. Like this, see? Poof.
Poof.
Touch the screen to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Great.
Great.
So where you wanna spray this stuff?
Oh, spray. Hold on. Hi, Reman. By the way, hello. By the way. And hi. Is it Sir Superboxers? Hello. Welcome. The point of this game? The point of the game is to try to clear a victim's names, usually. Victim?
Not victim. Defendant.
Defendant. Victim.
The victim's dead. There's no point.
Most likely dead, yes. I mean, sometimes they surprise us and come back in spirit form.
Not most likely, like the victim's definitely dead.
But sometimes they come back in spirit form. This is really awkward with the Wiimote. Also, by the way, sorry that we are kind of beelining it through conversations. It just makes it easier to read chat when those conversations have a break in them. Speak for yourself, right? That stuff sounds delicious. Yeah, these nice red glasses that look like a murder scene. Like, it just makes it all look like it's very...
It is a murder scene.
Yeah. Hi, Quintotic. Hello. Hi, Keeper. So this is actually Ghostbusters. I mean, well, the ghosts are helping us. We're not fighting ghosts, so not exactly. But it's awesome. Okay, so we just spray anywhere. Is there a consequence to spraying?
No.
Okay, let's just spray the trunk.
Okay. Seems like a good idea.
Rude. Oh, there's some blood by one of the numbers. The number on the left.
Yep, I see that. So I think we have to find all of them before it'll take us out of this mode, so... Oh, wait, no.
I sprayed it a few times. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So click on that.
We're zooming in really close to this blue glowing magical blood.
Yep.
I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a blood stain?
It's so... Ugh.
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. You've never seen blood in your life.
Also, you're seeing it through red glasses, and it's blue. So,
yeah.
Scientific investigation in action. Rude.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this, scientifically? I don't know.
It's fine, I have a walkthrough.
I would say the amount of blood, because I feel like
there you go, you're right. Ding, 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 let's go. Speed run.
Who's ready, guys?
I'm ready.
The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood?
I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. Wait, didn't she see that earlier? So she did see blood earlier.
She did. That's
liar.
A good point.
Liar.
She just felt bad for not liking seeing it there. I don't know.
She just doesn't like to see it scientifically.
I guess. It's strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more bloodstains than this.
Hey, Mr. Wright. See how I'm marking up the floor plans when we find a blood stain?
Yes.
Well, she's doing it. Sorry, Ika just came in and I was like, what?
Surprise!
Hold on a second. What?
No problem. Hi, Zoe. Yeah. Hi, Pink Kitten. Hi, guys. She's an immortal goddess.
Because it was hosting her. Hold on, okay.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Well, I was hosting you, but Iko said it didn't look like I was. Hold on, let me double check. No, I'm hosting you. So I don't know. I don't know what that...
It never gave me an alert that you are hosting me, and I think it's just because you're not.
Well, it was an auto host.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. I think because you're auto hosting, it's different.
But it should still work.
Tiny, thank you for the host. That's weird. Does anyone else is anyone watching from Kita's? Hi, Tia. I'm not sure if anyone is, but
probably not too many, but still. I just want to make sure I'm doing it so that if somebody would.
Yeah. Eco with his lies is what Lucarian said.
Yeah, he's gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure I am. So, because I checked before we started.
Yeah, I think maybe just because it's auto. Huh?
No, he said it's fine.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just a glitch in the system. Yay. Yeah. Just like how I can't edit my events. I'm not salty, Twitch.
Yeah, right.
Edit my events, please. I want to be able to. Thank you, Posted, for the biddies. Thank you so much, guys. They're the 11 chapter biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. St. Patrick says you are hosting too for them, so.
Okay, cool. I thought so, but I'm just like, all right, good.
Okay, yeah, good. Hey,
good.
Thank you for the 11 chat. All right, so I'm at Emma saying C.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right?
Yeah, that's very useful information to have.
I saved up my allowance to buy this.
Luminal testing fluid. Information received from Emma.
We can't be sure that the police will reveal all the evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case.
And we'll drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day.
Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? I mean...
Did it not before?
The dead body and the blood and all that didn't feel okay.
I guess not. This liminal stuff is really going to come in handy.
I don't know who this is. It could be anyone at this point. It's you.
It's me! Great.
You tried to give her to me.
I swear to God, if she gives me another fucking bento box.
Well. Well. Guess what's about to happen.
I would smack that lunchbox out of her hand. God damn it. It's fine.
Does she have like a bell on her choke?
People were hypothesizing that it's like, so what sometimes some restaurants will do is like little mini hot dogs and then they slice the bottom of it and then like have it spread out so it looks like an octopus. That's like a thing. So it looks like an adorable little octopus. People were thinking that might be her necklace. Last time we played.
Disgusting. Like I would not be. I'd be like,
be a hot dog.
Huh?
It's not actually a hot dog.
Oh, that's why I was like, ew, that's gross.
No, I'm thinking it's just like imitating that because she is so much about food. She already has rice on her head.
That's true. Easy access rice.
Just... that way, if she ever gets hungry,
right?
Cocktail weenies, yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha.
All right. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. That's gross.
Miss Star.
You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you do. I'm gonna punch that out of your hand. This day old deli box is on the house. Ew.
Shove it up your ass.
Has it been in a fridge at all? Sorry, it's just that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright. Hi Tia, by the way. Did I miss anyone else? Hi Themo Worm. Hi guys.
You never said hi to me.
And now Kita gets a follower. You guys should all be following Kita if you're not already. She is fan-fucking-tastic. Just saying.
Yeah,
hi,
I'm
Kita.
alright. Hello.
Do you feel special?
Yeah. Incredibly.
Yeah. Great. Hey, Bruce. Cocktail weenies and also, yeah, that's true. Where's the lie, though? I mean, I'm not even surprised with her. Though she has apparently like 3 or 4 boyfriends. For those that were not here last time. And this makes me super suspicious. I feel like they all did it. It's fine. You got your badge ready, as you should. Your objections and badges, guys. Have them ready for later. So. All right, so we can talk to her. Great. You want to talk to her?
Yeah, we should.
Today's trial.
Today's trial.
You certainly put me in a tight spot today.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't like that. What's happening? My apologies, Miss Star, but No, it's okay. It was my fault.
Oh, we know.
I witnessed everything from that security room right there. Uh-huh. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. Oh yeah, I totally see and believe.
Mm-hmm.
I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Also, that you can get in serious trouble for that.
Yeah, seriously.
Not just, it's unforgivable.
Not in Phoenix
No.
Wright, though.
Nah.
People can lie and rewrite their testimonies all the damn time.
Yeah, it's fine.
Until they literally lose their mind or lose their hair, you know? One or the other.
Yeah, it happens. That happens a lot. You'd be surprised.
Happens so much. All right, Oh, hair flip. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. Uh-huh, totally. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman.
You're not a detective, you're a lunch lady.
Exactly that. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? All right, Detective Star. Because I want to talk more about that.
Right. So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star?
Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. I'm not counting. I know it by the day. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. Wow. You know, get it out of your hand. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too.
No.
I wouldn't doubt it. I doubt it. Every day, I dragged the dirt out from the mouths of suspect after suspect.
Is that what we're calling it?
And before long, they called me the cough-up queen.
Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. That's probably true.
And probably. Day old, not refrigerated. And you were let go or fired? Pixels. I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 case. SL? Wow. Wait, she doesn't mean, yes. Fucking Phoenix. Let's show her our badge.
Okay.
That way people can spam badges in chat. Look at it.
Look at
That
it.
looks like a petrified piece of provolone.
It's an anus. Get it right.
It's an anus. Please take a look closer. Huh? It's not. It's my ace badge. Or it's an ace badge. It's my attorney's badge. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more in open market. More on the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least.
Someday.
All the badges in chat. Thank you, guys. Oh my god, yes. All right. So do we want to move for now?
No.
Oh, okay.
We do not want to move.
No. Present?
Yes.
SL9?
She mentioned the SL9 incident, so...
So show her the victim's note, or...
So, yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Let's do it. Present it!
What do you think about this?
SL9 incident. On that knife. And on that note. Goodman was the head detective of that case, you know.
Really?
That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal that very day that Goodman was killed. How do you know that? As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? So she can tell us more? Talk? Damn it! Present the knife?
No.
She kind of talked about it already.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You can present either the note or the knife at that point to get her to say that much.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah,
okay.
But there's something else that you can show her to kind of get more info.
That's what I was thinking, because Phoenix is like, she could tell us more.
Yeah.
What's the crime photo?
It's not that.
No. Kita's like, no. The other knife? Or autopsy?
We want to know about evidence transferal, right? And she was talking
Sure.
about... And she was talking about Goodman, so let's show her something that would get her to talk about Goodman.
Goodman's ID?
Yep.
Okay. Doing it. I had one of those up until 2 years ago.
Back when you were the cover-up queen, right?
We found this ID card here in this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. That's it?
Now go back to your previous, thought.
Idea?
Yeah.
The autopsy?
No.
Oh.
I don't think you... Did you say autopsy?
I did, but it was right when you were telling me to make connections with the ID.
Oh. No, before that. Then.
The other knife?
Nope.
Damn
After
it.
that.
Oh! I fucked up.
Well, this is why.
I accidentally just repeated the knife and SL incident. I was readjusting and accidentally presented it. My bad.
I see how it is.
Oops. Was with that hat. She's fabulous. My previous thought. The picture?
Yes.
Crime photo one specifically? Yep. Okay.
You basically have to present enough stuff to her so that she coughs it up.
Oh my god. Because she's the cough-up queen. Does that make Phoenix the cough-up queen now?
Yes.
Yes.
By law, that's how the torch is passed between cough-up royalty.
I see nothing wrong here. If you could think about it, I lied. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? And climbed the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder? That's when I took this photo, yes.
In other words, 5 minutes after the crime.
Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were.
The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. Your lying was the problem.
Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Deep.
Alright, now we can talk to her.
Okay. What's that time? Also, she looks pissed.
She does.
SL9 incident.
Sorry, my coaster fell off my drink.
Coasters! Anyway. I don't even know what that's from. Just my friends always yelled that anytime someone said coasters. If you know what it's from, let me know. I mean, Vanity.
I
don't.
don't.
Out for the follow. Thank you for the host area. Word. Aren't you supposed to read my mind, Kita?
You don't know what it's from, so even if I read your mind, how would that help?
That's true. Hi, Gay God Guy. Hello, hello. Alright. That's when I learned the truth. We're nothing to them, disposable.
Disposable?
2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever had. Oh, it's McCree. The police.
Jump scared by McCree.
The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, oh, that's you.
So they didn't solve it?
On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not even a little. What? But the criminal was executed, right? Evidence of a sort. Made up evidence.
What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence?
The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to a patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. You.
And you were one of those?
Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be McCree? Because we saw him in the flashback.
McCree!
McCree! Exactly. Officer Jake Marshall. He's on security detail in the police department, isn't he? Detective Marshall?
Detective Marshall.
As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I, that you are fakes.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. That's ominous.
Wait. Those lunches you sell.
Poisoned! There is only one reason I come to lunch in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when the detectives on the case have disappeared, we find new evidence. So is McCree her ex-boyfriend or boyfriend?
There has to be a connection.
So, Rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes?
Yes.
Fuck it! Get that out of my face! Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. The judge?
No, but that's
The
a
judge,
great guess.
The
We
judge
just find
eats
the
everything.
judge and we're like, hey, so...
Hey, tell us something. And he's like, ooh, food! Steak lunch received from a star.
Miss Star. Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his... Are you going out?
Why do you want to know? She was wondering if he was single. Oh.
I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then.
This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective.
But now he's so cold.
Jake and I were merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. Uh-huh.
I see. Thank you.
Officer Jake Marshall. Thank you, FoxQuinn, for those biddies. Have a good stream. Thank you so much. Thank you for throwing love in chat, everyone, as well. And I saw, hi, Don. Hello, and hi, Red. First thing you see when you get here is boobs. Boobs.
That's
boobs
me every day.
Boobs Vanderbilt. Hello. All right, so now we move because she spilled everything.
Now we move.
We gotta find Detective Marshall, I'm assuming, but
Yes.
the only thing I can think of is the police department entrance is where he might be. Okay. And Gumshoe?
Maybe
Precious
gumshoe.
cinnamon roll?
Cinnamon roll.
It's true. February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday.
The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring.
I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed in their own department.
Whoops.
Surprise.
So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is.
She's like a kid at an amusement park.
Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look.
Hey, so move.
Yeah.
Go take a look.
Security guard office.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh my god.
So I'm pretty sure this is Gumshoe's desk, obviously.
I mean, clearly. I would have
it is.
had no questions.
Yep.
February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric.
According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room.
So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime?
Sure seems that way. Oh. Oh.
What's wrong?
It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight.
They're staring her in the face. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard?
I have a feeling I know who this guard is already.
Oh, you don't say. No. So do we want to examine this place?
We want to examine, and there's really only one thing to examine.
The lasso on the floor?
No. But good try.
The alcohol?
No. I know where Kat's mind is today.
Computer?
No.
Yeah. Damn it.
This whole place is guarding one thing.
Oh, the door.
Yep.
Keypad? Or
just the door. Matter? Just the door is fine.
Okay. Doing it. The evidence room is beyond that door.
Let's just walk in. It won't open.
It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first.
Okay, now we can move. That was all we had to do here.
Sweet. That would have taken us forever. Okay.
Yep, that's why I'm like, nope. We're not going to examine every single thing on his desk, because that's what we would have done.
It's a lot. I backed out and went to,
just
like,
go to the
front,
police department evidence.
And it triggered.
The police department entrance, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. February 23rd, police department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please?
Huh? Wasn't that...
Gumshoe!
Gumshoe! One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe. I have a steak lunch. Do you want it?
It was for Jake. Screw him. Give it to Gumshoe, the cinnamon
Do you want
roll.
my steak? Yeah! I'd much prefer to.
Right. Did you just say, do you want my steak?
Do you want my steak lunch? That's what I was going to say, but then you were talking
we should
fast.
give it to Edgeworth then, if we're going to be like that about it.
Hey, bae.
It's got extra gravy.
Oh my god, it's only a day old. It's fine. Oh my god.
Alright, apparently there's an achievement for doing a thing, but that's only on the HD iOS port.
So that won't matter for us.
When do iPad games have achievements? Alright, whatever. Anyway, I'm like, wait,
I've
what?
learned something today.
Achievement? I did learn something today.
That was me with Grim Fandango. It kept talking about achievements in the walkthrough. What? But I guess it's for if you played it on the console, like PlayStation achievement. I'm like, the fuck?
Yeah, probably Xbox or PlayStation would have had achievements, but yeah, it's strange because I've never seen that for an iPad game before.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I don't really play many games on my iPad, but still.
Yeah.
Alright. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Oh. Aw, give it to him. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Hold on a second. Hi, buddy. What do you want?
Oh, peppers.
You just
I'm sorry,
sighing at me.
Lucarian. I didn't mean to scream in your ear.
You're just sighing at me. That doesn't mean anything. Do you want out, buddy? Do you
Your
want out?
peppers.
No.
Office with some cacti and liquor bottles. Yeah.
You want out?
You want some extra liquor for that
You want out?
Texas themed room?
Do you want to go out? Yeah, he wants out. Hold on.
Okay. I don't like the look of the rope trap in front of the door. It does kind of look like a trap. I didn't think about that. Emma's such a weirdo. I love Emma. Keeps intruders out. I mean, true. What about our reactions to blood? This will be the second time she's ever seen it, yeah, supposedly. I love Gumshoe. Guys, we're going to talk about food again. Oh no, it's going to make me hungry.
Oh, alright, Ika's gonna let them out then.
Take care, Pupper.
Yeah, 'cause he's just like, comes over and sits there and is like,
Staring
notice
at you.
me. Yeah.
Help. Notice me, senpai.
Yeah, and then he
I mean,
just
that's pets
sighs.
all day, every day.
He just sighs at me. I'm like, I don't know what you want. Okay.
Learn English, please, little doggo.
Yeah, anyway, dog. Jeez. Learn English.
Communicate with me, damn it.
Jeez. Alright.
Oh my god.
So I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
I'm at the next one, because I read that one.
Well then.
Well,
Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. I don't think that's the right order.
nope, not at all. The criminal, you mean?
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, pal.
Yes, we did. Flashback. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed in the police department? Yes.
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect?
Oh, fuck. I don't even remember his voice. Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
It was kind of like that, I think.
Yeah, it was like a mix of the judge and the girl.
Yeah. They had a baby, and it was
a
gone.
baby. I mean, it looks like he would be the baby.
Yep, I agree. It's the biggest scandal to hit this station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto.
I got
Standing
one
around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Same.
Bribery.
Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
All right.
He run off to the evidence room.
What's he gonna find a steak in the evidence room?
Maybe.
I mean,
It's
maybe.
evidence in some trial. He's like, I'm just gonna have me a taste.
Ew. He would too.
It's like you biting the wiener and putting it back.
Yeah, the wiener of forgiveness.
Oh,
Well,
man.
this investigation is off to a running start. All right.
Yes, it is.
So, should we move to the detention center, like you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have to. I think we have to go to Wright and Co. first.
Yeah,
'cause
because I was gonna say I don't see it.
I'm not seeing it on here, so that's kind of annoying
Alright.
that you can't just scroll down a
Right?
little further.
We'd be fine with that. All right, detention
I'd be
center.
fine with that. All right, let's go. Also, this is you. Coming up.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Do I know who this person is, or is this brand new?
He talked before, but very briefly.
I know who.
Yeah.
February 23rd, detention center visitors room.
Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? You're being a little
yeah,
optimistic.
What?
She's being a little optimistic.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Things will get confusing?
They're already confusing. Also, I don't exactly remember his voice, so that's interesting. Ween!
Oh my, wiener.
That's what it says!
What was that?
That's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? Right? I'd say I was in... I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. I was like, yeah. I figured it was him. Oh, hi. Greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Yep. Excuse me, but is this Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center.
No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little host patrolman. Lost. I'm a little lost patrolman. Like a lost little lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, isn't he? Is he? He isn't, is he? That's what it said. You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir!
Oh my god, it just made a megaphone noise. I know you can't hear it, but, like, What? What?
Now this is I'm just getting excited about Meekins, it's fine. Now this is an unexpected turn of events. What's wrong with your hand, buddy?
It's broken, clearly.
Clearly. Alright, so the day of the crime.
Yep. Oh my god,
Sir!
Stop using it. Stop using the megaphone.
Hold
on. The walkthrough says watch out for his megaphone.
We gotta watch out for that megaphone, guys.
Right? Well, seriously, it's like not a nice sound.
Oh god. Great.
It's very piercing.
Sir, I'm a patrolman with General's Affairs, sir. Sir!
Sir?
Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
It looks like his neck is broken, too.
He's
He's just all sorts of broken.
He's just a sad boy.
He's a sad bean.
He's a sad bean. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard office in front of the room was empty, sir, because the bitch isn't on his duty, you know.
So, normally there's a guard at the evidence room.
That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. But Marshall, is it really a surprise, Phoenix? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir.
Oh god, he's pooping.
A suspicious person, yo!
He's real pooping.
What the heck is this guy doing?
So what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, I blacked out. And then I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days?
Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand? Yeah. Just like with Miss Sky. I didn't realize I had to say that, my bad. I read it and was like, yeah, I agree.
You're just like off by yourself playing the game.
I'm like trying to think, like, why? I'm not really thinking out loud, my bad. Thank you for the ween clip, Ernie.
Oh my god.
Ween.
Ween.
Ween. Like, who cries like that? Anyway.
That's how I cry.
I'm judging you.
As you should. That's terrible. Yet another similarity between this case and the one in the prosecutor's office.
First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I want to go straight to the bandage hand because I'm curious, and then we can go to the victim.
That sounds good.
Okay, because it seemed to be a good segue.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what order you do them in. I just need to know so that we're on the same page.
Right. Okay. And your hand. That happened when Detective Goodman was stabbed? Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
Sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh. Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow! Can you imagine how I felt?
He has become a bird.
He has been... Squawk! The victim's body disappeared?
That's some story.
All right, the victim. I don't mean to pry. Yes, you do. But you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy eyes, sir. Dog eyes. If you have to label me as prosecutor or victim, sir, then label me a victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of lights and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir, none. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. All right. Should we show him our badge?
Yeah. Do it.
The badge.
The badge.
The badge.
The badge.
Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Haha. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me she has one just like it. How she has one just like it.
Me? Why would I?
I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere. I'm alone. I'm all alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion There's not.
Roasted.
Roasted. Oh, the badges in chat. Look at my anus. Exactly. Hi, Christus. Oh, right. Do we show him anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Man, I like this way. If we do any more Phoenix Wright games, this is the way we're doing them.
Just, yes, stay here. Don't move.
Well, like, there's so many times when you're not sure, so you end up
So we just explore.
walking around everywhere aimlessly.
Right, and we do uncover more people, but then we have to backtrack and stuff.
Right, exactly.
Alright. Do we want to show him the knife?
No.
Oh, okay.
He was just talking about Goodman, so...
Oh, so show him the ID again? Or the autopsy?
Again. We didn't
well, because we just showed her, I mean.
Yeah, we want to show him because he didn't really know Goodman, but he can give us some more details about, like, what happened.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it!
That's what?
My head was blank until this very moment.
Okay.
But sir, now I remember! I remember, sir! You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was... This is hurting my own ears. I'm sorry, guys. That card was the cause of it all!
This ID card?
more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. So, like, his voice reminds me of...
What?
His voice, or the one I'm giving him, reminds me of a mix between Butts and Oko-san.
Yeah, I thought Butts immediately. So
yeah, because it's whiny like Butts, but then
yeah,
it's
you're
the
right.
high-pitched
It definitely
squeaks.
is. If Larry and Oko-san had a baby, this is what it would look like.
Pudding!
Also, wouldn't his face be a great emote? Like, can we just think about that for a second? Like, he makes
Just
some
Meeks.
great faces.
He
That
really
would be
does.
perfect. He does, though. They'd be great
God.
for
They'd be
Twitch
fantastic.
emotes.
Yes.
So I'll have to
And
remember
Red was
that.
just thinking Oko-san too. Just
Red's
Oko-san.
always thinking Oko-san. Let's be real.
Red's always thinking burbs in general.
She is.
Do we want to
Talk.
show him anything else? Or
We
talk?
want to talk.
Let's talk. Crime details. Oh, fuck. Ignore me. Hold up. I'm not there yet. I accidentally clicked the first one.
Oh, yeah, we want to go to crime.
So
details.
I'm on loop.
Well,
Hold up.
I wish you could cancel.
Marshall.
I wish you could be like,
Yeah.
just kidding.
I
Let's
didn't
not
mean
have
it.
this conversation.
Oh, I got to see that beauty again, though.
Also, since we have a second, I'm just gonna warn you that this is long as fuck.
Sweet.
Like the investigation, because I just scrolled down the
The guide.
walkthrough, and it's very long. So I'm hoping that the trial sections aren't as long. They usually aren't, but I'm
They
glad
don't
we're
tend
doing
to
it
be.
this way because this would literally have taken us forever.
Yeah, this would have taken us for... This is a long-ass scene.
I told you, like everything is really long.
Jesus. Okay.
All
Phew. Exactly.
right.
All right. Crime details. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost. I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. We went through that.
Yeah.
I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and he asked the man to display his ID card.
Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far.
That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me.
What?
Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right. So I whooped. I whooped and leapt at him.
Whoop is
Detective-
like yelling or hollering at someone.
Whoop, whoop.
Not just
Oh my
saying
God.
whoop.
That's gonna be my call to you if I lose you at Disney. Be like, whoop.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not. You're probably going to. We're gonna be in
I'm
a
gonna
store.
forget.
I'm gonna just like disappear behind one shelf, and all of a sudden I'm gonna hear Kat just like screaming.
Well, usually what I do if like I ever
Wait, what?
see if, I always meow to see meow to see if they respond. No joke. I do that.
If you do that, I will throw catnip at you.
I mean, I'm okay with this. Though it's not gonna have the same effect on me.
I don't know. It might.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you! My father's word, sir!
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. Why aren't we testing the blood on this knife? Alright. So I'm guessing it's his hand's blood, but... And on Edgeworth's, it's what's-her-name's hand. So, you know, why aren't we testing this shit?
That's a good question.
Alright. Reason for arrest.
So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you?
What do you mean, Emma?
Let's look at what we know. Now,
Okay.
Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card.
In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim.
And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir! That's what I wanted to say! That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the whole tape is quite clear. Videotape.
Huh? Videotape?
From the security camera. The crime! My crime! The crime I swore to stamp out! It's there! It's me! It's on tape! That's...
And you wait until now to tell us this?
I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't...
Didn't he say he didn't have a badge?
Yeah. No, he doesn't have a matching badge.
Oh. Well, he also doesn't have a girlfriend, so it doesn't matter even if he did have a matching badge.
Exactly. No thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go back out to the crime... Guess we better go check out the crime scene.
See, you could have done Jake Marshall.
It would have been like the really awkward fake accent. Also, Crescent said I should run up to Kita and go, Oko-san! No, what I should do is go, Koo!
Oh, well, yep, I would know that it's you then.
You would know it's me!
Now, granted, I might try to lose you.
I was gonna say,
I'd be like, I don't know who that person is. Like, I've never seen her before in my life.
Koo! Oh my god.
No, but then everyone would think that, maybe everyone would think you're a Ravenclaw if you did that, so.
Well, I am calling for a Ravenclaw.
True.
I need to summon a Ravenclaw.
Somehow I think Ravenclaws would be offended if that is how you tried to summon them. You need to summon me with a riddle, clearly.
Oh my god. So, but problem is, then other Ravenclaws love it, and I'd be... Oh my god. Okay, so should we move?
Yes, let's move.
Let's move. Evidence room? Again? Or
no. Oh, wait. Well, yeah, criminal affairs, so. Kind of.
Criminal affairs.
Criminal affairs. It's the
February
police
23rd.
department, but...
Yeah. Police department, criminal affairs.
Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the head detective's desk. Uh-oh.
It's Chief Gant. God damn it, Grant. Oh, no. Are you sure this is all, You know what it means if there is anything missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked the drawers, the lockers, the garbage cans, the coat pockets, the pillowcases, behind computer monitors, the coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, do you?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
The head detective looks a little flustered. Ah, righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much? What? Oh, Chief Gant! Reporting for duty, sir.
Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright?
Because I can. He walked into my knife 40 times.
Oh my god. He ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 10 times.
He had it coming. Anyway. I fucking know so many songs from that CD because I had it on my iPod.
Oh, really?
Yep. Love that shit. Alright, so Edgeworth?
Yeah.
Poor Edgeworth. He's like fucked up because of evidence shit.
Yeah.
Or they said it was his fault or something. Edgeworth. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? My boyfriend. Oh, Worthy. You know, they're doing a little inquiry. What?
Sounds like an inquisition.
Like Dragon Age? Yep, well, we've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having one of our top people sitting in the defendant's seat. Now, you've got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? Von Karma. This bitch. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence.
Fixed it?
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge the evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. And now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What?
Okay. Evident incident. Evident incident. It's downright odd, I tell you. I mean, it happened at exactly the same time. The murder at the prosecutor's office?
Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, well, that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? No, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. Yes, you can. And this in particular, well, is a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the head detective's trap shut.
He was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Oops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the head detective to do.
Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him.
Alright. So should we do that now?
We want
or present
to...
something?
Yeah, but you have to examine to do it. Yeah, you have to examine him in the back.
Okay. So let's examine him in the back. On the left or the center?
Center, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry you had to see that.
What exactly did the chief of police want you to do?
Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can.
So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here?
Of course not. Well, except for this.
What? You kept something?
Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete.
A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something?
Gee, I wonder if it's in our freaking inventory.
I wonder if we stole it.
Right?
The date on it is February 21st. I'll make note of that just in case. Goodman's lost item report added to the court record. I should probably get a quick look around the crime scene. How would we have known to investigate the chief?
Yeah, exactly that. That's... It's kind of frustrating sometimes.
Guys.
Like, as much as I do really enjoy these games, there's a lot of frustration.
Guys. Okay. So now we want to present something to him? Or do we want to examine that?
We can talk to him.
Oh. Talk. Permission granted.
Yeah.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright would ask for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man?
You look like a bird.
Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give... Okay. So go ahead, investigate.
Oh my god. You good?
I'm good. You like broke my voice. But since I already broke my voice, thank you so much, Becca Ever After, for that Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much, and thank you for throwing love in chat, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Twitch Prime, for the donation. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a nice day. Thank you so much, guys. All the more love in chat. All that love. Thank you, thank you. I think I need some water, though, before I continue with this, guys. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's so extra.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Thank you, Becca Ever After. I think you were before, but if not, you get the same speech because it does just say, 1, you have access to the Squid Love email and the Discord if you have a Twitch. At least within an hour, it should do it. And welcome to the miners where everyone's open. Give Gumshoe that $50. The poor man needs.
I'd take $50.
He wants a steak. Alright. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
It just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along and do your best. Now. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Alright.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Why? Okay, so move to evidence room.
Because she was talking like Meekins.
Got you.
Yeah. So
how do we get to evidence room?
Police department entrance, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Just confused. That's fine. Security guard office?
Yep.
Sweet. And move to evidence room? Now that we have a card.
We have to examine it.
Gotcha. Let's examine. The evidence room is beyond that door.
And we have the ID card from Chief Gaunt. Let's just walk in. It won't open.
Aha! The card reader is turned off, see?
What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina's sky so gray?
McCree. Officer Marshall. Somehow I knew.
What's that somehow I knew look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest? That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Beep.
Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres.
You're busy then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Rude. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us. So he won't talk to us, I'm assuming. Oh no, we can talk to him.
Well,
or is he just gonna ignore us?
Well, we have something that could get him to talk.
Sweet.
Remember?
The steak.
Yep.
Sure. The one that's meant for gumshoe. Alright, let's show him the steak.
That smell.
Present it.
Reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Miss Starr.
What's this?
What? What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means.
Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall.
All right, Bambina. You win. Ask anything.
Smack.
Smack.
Finally, it seems like.
He's willing to talk.
Alright. So let's talk.
Let's talk.
Guard office.
Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us.
Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
Rude. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know.
I can't tell with all that drinking on the job.
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Yeah.
Marshall.
Marshall. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago. The day of our case.
That's right. The evidence transferals.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Edgeworth? Hi, Caroline. Huh?
Edgeworth.
Edgeworth. Edgy boy. You missed my southern accent. Rude crusted. I'll never live it down. So security system?
Yeah. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras.
Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes?
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
Thus the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card passed through.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
That's a lot of numbers. Who has the
It is.
easiest number of 777777?
I wonder.
So this is the ID card record.
Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina. I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
I should have taken a picture with my cell phone.
Right?
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before.
Gee, I wonder where.
Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. How is it not? It's a record of how many people go in there and the stabbing.
know.
What?
I know.
What? Hi, Legend. Hello, hello. Oh my god. This is just, nothing makes sense. And yes, he is shaving with his knife.
Yeah, he does
He's
that.
Texan. Do all Texans do this? Somebody, please tell us. I feel like Texan would know firsthand.
Yeah.
All right, so transferal?
Yep.
Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They are kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the police station.
That's ominous AF.
That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases.
Dark.
2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead.
Plus after
Never to be
Paris.
reopened again, never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Okay.
All
Now
right,
do we investigate the door to go in?
no. We want to
Oh.
present something that will prove to him that the
Oh,
list
that they're
of-
connected.
yeah.
The ID card? That's
Yep.
what I would think.
Yep.
Okay. Specifically Goodman's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Present it.
See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot.
The number on this is 584-2189.
Officer Marshall, show us the ID number on that ID card record.
Yep, it's there.
Yep, it's the 4th one.
Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match.
It was used at 514, right before the stabbing. So was somebody else.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room.
But wait, what did Officer Meekin say? Flashback.
Flashback.
Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked for the man to display his ID card. So you asked the Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Thank you. ID card record added to the court record.
Thanks.
I've got an idea. And thanks, I guess. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Gumshoe! Alright,
Gumshoe.
so now go into the evidence room?
Yes.
Okay. Examine door.
No, we can just go. You can just move
Oh.
now.
Well, move to evidence room. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. Too quiet. No, the investigation must be over here.
So, this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard.
Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue.
Well,
Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
There's a little piece of paper half falling out. Gumshoe!
whoa!
Alright.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal.
Did she just slap him?
Yes, she did.
Rude.
So, is it true what I heard?
Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gaunt will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today?
Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Evidence room floor plans added to the court. Alright, so talk?
Let's talk to him.
Judge for a day.
So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day.
That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using our findings from yesterday's investigation to prepare for the trial.
In other words, Detective Gumshoe got kicked out of the investigation again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. And in my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
Alright. Hi, Wolf Gamer, by the way, and thank you for that. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth.
Alright.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Rude. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. Evidence safe?
Evidence safe. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Well, what happens if he dies?
Yeah. Awkward. Using this ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
Well, I'm not surprised.
That sounds like a lot. Yes, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. Beep. And that's the only locker we can open.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day.
Stop touching lockers! You're not supposed to, Gumshoe!
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Evidence locker added to the court record. Alright, so we should probably show him something because it was mentioning that.
Yeah. We want him to talk about the SL9 incident.
So show him the paper or the knife?
Yep.
I'll show him the paper.
Okay. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
But why would the evidence from that case turn up now?
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Okay, now we can.
Alright. Let's talk about it. SL9 incident.
Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Violent. So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill.
Rumors. About forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So, So that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker. Alright. So examine?
No, we wanna present what, we just got, basically. Because Phoenix said he wanted to show people around, the precinct, the, ID card record.
Oh, so show him the ID card record
Yeah.
to see if he knows numbers.
Right, if he knows numbers.
Do you know 1 through 9? Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here. Day of stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa!
What is it? That second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth.
Why does Gumshoe have Edgeworth's
Huh.
number, like,
Lovers.
memorized?
Lovers.
What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? What?
ID card record updated and the court record. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? So why does he look pissed? Can we talk about it? No, we cannot.
No, it just updates the card record, and, like, I think if we look at it, it might actually tell us whose number is whose? Yeah. So if you examine it in the court record, it'll put the person's name next to the ID number, just so that we have it written down.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. So.
So he went in at 4:40 though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So he was in there 25-ish, or no, 35-ish minutes before.
Mm.
Okay.
All right. So now we can examine.
Let's examine.
Let's go to the right.
Minus, which one? There it is. There's a bloody handprint.
Before that, let's do what's hanging on the police tape.
The glove.
Yep.
Got it.
Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know?
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Alright.
Alright, so now let's examine the stuff on the ground, like below the police tape.
Whatever that is. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? Rude, Phoenix!
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of the SL9 evidence. Check it out closer.
Yep. Now, this is going to be interesting.
Great. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke.
You want to try to put it back together?
Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Poor Bean. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. So it's like a vase. Oh, great.
Kinda, yeah.
All right. So we gotta just try to put it
Do you,
together.
well, hold on a second.
Maybe greater.
So it does tell you which order to put the fragments back in order if you want to know.
Sure, fuck it.
All right, so we want to go to fragment number 5 first.
Okay. Oh yeah, that looks legit. And rotate it, or does it? Oops!
Yeah, I think we want to rotate it.
Excellent
once.
hippie.
Well,
It's no use. These pieces just don't add up to anything.
It is that
Maybe-
piece, so yeah, you have to rotate it.
Maybe some of the pieces are missing, Emma says. Let's just try to put as many we can put in place as we can. Maybe I'll give it another shot later. No,
Oh my God.
how about we give it another shot now?
How about we do it now?
How about we do it right now? Do I just reinvestigate it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh God, they're gonna go through the, yeah, right.
This is why we want to just,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm getting there slowly but surely. I wasn't sure how to rotate, so then I hit B. And I got
That's okay.
all right. Fragment number 5.
You rotate, according to the guide, you rotate using the directional pad on the Wiimote.
But that's how. Oh, up and down.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I think
So
that...
it's number 5 first.
Yep, got it.
Did you get it in place?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now it's fragment number 4. So we probably have to. It doesn't tell you how to rotate it, but like you can kind of see.
Yeah.
You know.
That way, I think. Yep.
Yep.
In place.
So now we want number 6.
Oops. That way. Okay.
Now number 1.
Oh, it doesn't loop
I
around.
gotta go back.
Yeah.
It won't let you go back to the beginning. Okay. Rotating.
This way.
This way. Okay.
All right.
Now number 8.
Upside down. There we go.
Did it. Now number 3.
And it'd be this way.
Yeah.
All right.
Now number 2.
Oops. I hit A and it like jumped up and went back down because I had the thing
Oh
wrong.
yeah, I did
Oops.
the same thing actually. All right,
Actually,
and
it's
then
this way.
7 is the last one. So
All right. There we go.
did it.
There's a hole missing.
There is a hole missing. Huh?
Hey.
Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
That only took me 2 minutes to do. The problem is finishing it.
Were some of the pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
Yeah.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Unstable jar added to court record.
Specific.
It's got such a small base. Okay.
All right, so we want to go to court record now and take out the luminal testing fluid. So you have to click on it and then hit spray. So we want to do that.
Check. How do I hit spray?
For me, it's at the top of that screen, but I don't know how it is for you.
I have it as present, hide, or check. And when I hit check, it just wants me to like actually examine it.
Unfortunately, it's not telling
Oh, wait.
me.
Spray to use, but there is no spray. It says spray to use, but none of these say spray.
Yeah, like for me, it's at the very top. It just says spray, and I can click on that, and then it'll let me.
I'll do present and see what happens.
Okay.
Nope. Detective Gumshoe started talking. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective.
Oh, okay, hold on. So what
Okay.
it says, oh my god. Okay, so on the Wiimote, press plus to get to the court record, choose luminal testing fluid, and then press minus to spray.
But that's present for me, so it just
Is
brought
it?
me to Detective Gumshoe talking.
Oh.
So hit spray and see if he starts talking.
No, he doesn't. Like, I have
Oh.
I can just spray the stuff.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip through. What the fuck? Examine. And go over here.
No, you don't want to examine.
No, it's just so I could get it. Oh, I could go over. Oh. So go back to present.
Yeah, like, instead of instead of taking a closer look at it, can you just go to it on the court record and then just press minus?
It still says present is minus. Nope, Gumshoe starts talking again.
Well, that's a problem.
What the fuck? Spray him, right? I'll figure it out. I don't know.
Shake the Wiimote. I don't know.
Shaking is presenting. It's the same thing.
Oh.
What? Just go to court record, don't present? How do you just go to it?
If you just go to the... If you press plus, you can just go into the court record.
Oh, I never...
Oh, yeah, that way you're not actually presenting anything to anyone.
Oh, okay.
Solved, yay. Okay.
Okay.
So you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you, Emery. Oops.
Whoops. Alright, so we want to go to the left, and we want to spray on the upper locker. So... yeah, upper left locker. With the piece of cloth sticking out, we want to spray that.
I want to let me spray. Bird. Hold on. I'm struggling. Let me get it back into it. Spray. Why is it in the lower left like that? Where do you dick? Point anywhere you'd like. Okay, yeah. So, for some reason... Oh! The sensor turned itself off, rude.
Well, that's helpful when you're in the middle of a game that requires the sensor.
Right, so where am I spraying? I'm sorry.
Top left, the locker with the piece of cloth sticking out from underneath it. You want to spray it until it reveals something.
Okay. Keep spraying. There we go.
Keep spraying.
I did it.
Alright, so now we want to click on that.
Alright. Zooming in.
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant.
Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Oh my god. Where do you get this, Emma?
Always buy it by mail order.
Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Alright. And then go over to the right?
Yep. And we want to spray the upper right locker where there's already kind of a print.
Right. The other half of the print. Okay.
So click on it.
Yep.
Alright.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This locker, it's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plan.
I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
Rude.
What? But you're a detective.
Oh. So anything else?
We want to spray around the crime scene area. So like on the floor.
Gotcha.
There's stuff on the floor.
Hey.
So click on it.
Done. There must have been a massive amount of blood here. I've never seen so much before. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Huh? Pale blue blood? Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
Problem solved.
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker.
I'll make a note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
Rude.
Hey, pal, look at the time.
Was there something you needed to go be doing?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know?
Why does your part look like
Report.
lunch?
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
I mean, I'll take it. Boy. I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. I'm okay with this.
Let's go see him.
Lovers. Let's go see him.
Lovers.
Move.
Yeah.
Lovers. Hi, Cookie Bear. Security guard office.
Yeah, we want to go to Edgeworth's office, so we gotta like back out of all these areas, and then we have to go to the underground parking lot, and then we can go to his office.
My word.
I know. It's just like,
Move. Huh?
isn't there a better way of moving around?
Seriously. Right. I'm there.
All right, me too.
February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office. You mean Edgeworth's office? Room 1202. Oh. Why is he here?
It's better him than Lana.
I don't even remember what the fuck his voice was at this point. It's true, it's better than Lana. Jesus. Guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? What? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. It was basically like the same flirty voice, but is Edgeworth here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Of course.
Of course, looking edgy.
Love. Yeah.
Oh, it's you.
He has the hotel bring him tea service?
Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry.
Precisely. But, oh, that's you.
By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you.
Oh, yes. He brought me some information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
Aww. I think the report is on the other side, Edgeworth.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing has really taken a toll on him.
Alright, talk. Lover. Inquiry committee.
Lover.
So how did the inquiry committee go?
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However,
Something happened?
they gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gaunt. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still.
Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Oh, lover.
Lover.
Let me console you.
So we have something. Yeah, we have something that we can show him that actually has to do with him.
The ID card and record?
Yep.
Okay. There we go.
I heard that.
It was the batteries jiggling.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I better check this now.
As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage.
Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gaunt, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver added to the record.
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
That's another new face. Alright.
So let's get him to talk about SL9.
So with one of the papers.
Yep.
I'll do the paper. Thank you for the clip, to be fair, by the way. Huh? Oops.
I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right?
It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in?
You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life, as I recall. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
A bad memory. He's talking about the murder in the elevator.
No, really.
Yeah, surprise. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth.
Tell me the truth,
Okay,
babe.
so let's talk to him. Bae. Oops. There we go. Allegations of forgery.
The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gaunt.
I was apparently behind you. My bad. That wacky old coot was involved in that case 2 years ago. Wait, what? That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago, too, then.
He was the best we had. And it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
Well, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth.
What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation?
In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I had let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won a guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't...
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma... It's a Justicar. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
You still working on that scientific investigation?
Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this.
Aluminium powder for taking fingerprints?
Ooh!
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will.
Also, he wants Phoenix to win.
Right?
Edgeworth, I'm really...
No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved.
Thanks. how about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprints set on fingerprint and fingerprint file received.
Well, let's get going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. All right.
I love how he's like, so just have this fingerprinting kit, and here's a record of every single person ever.
Yep.
Like,
Thank you. That's a lot of information you just gave
Right?
us. Thank you.
yeah.
By the way, hi, little poodle. Hello, hello.
All right.
Oh my god. So move?
Yep. Where do you want to go? Where would be a good place to look for a handprint?
You said suspicious handprint. The only thing I can think of is in the file evidence room.
Yep. Let's go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Let's do it. Also, when we're done with investigation, I gotta go bathroom. and
Yeah,
grab
it's
some
almost over.
sweet. Oh, that's
Yeah.
not bad. That's better than the 3.5 hours? which I
Yeah,
guess-
but think about if we weren't looking.
I know,
at...
no. That would have taken forever.
Yeah, it really would have. Because I wouldn't have remembered to examine the police chief.
Yeah, no. Not that at all. And then also some of it makes sense, but some of it's like, okay.
Out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evidence room, I'm there.
Security guard. I'm about to be there. Evidence room. February 23rd, evidence room, Sector 3. Our investigation turned into a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
From our lover.
I love her. Oh.
Lover!
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
I'll give you a finger.
A finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
I feel like the pointer would have the best result because it's clearest. Does it matter?
I mean, I would either go with the pointer finger or the thumb. Either one.
Yeah, either one. Doesn't matter.
Yep. Yeah, it just says choose a finger.
Oh, okay, let's do pointer.
Alright, so you gotta... For me, I have to tap the screen. I don't know how you...
I just have to select it. It's like the crosshairs. So
Okay.
pointer.
So, wait, hold on a second. Which one
Oh,
are
shit.
you looking at? Are you looking at the blood?
Yeah,
No. The prints
Oh,
are
shit.
below. I
I
think.
selected.
Or maybe
Does it
not.
matter?
No, it does. No, it does want you to actually pick the bloody one. That's what I thought at first, but then I saw these other two prints and I was like, wait. So you picked the pointer?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, picked it. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
Just touch the screen, see?
I don't know if that's the same for you.
Ah, looks like that did the trick. Sweet.
The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
You just blow
Me?
with your breath.
For me, it was shake the Wiimote.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we don't really need to read this then because we have different instructions.
Right.
So we can just
I'm at the cake thing though.
yeah, we can just keep going because again, we have different instructions, so.
That looks like fun.
It looks like fun. Yeah,
All
let's
right.
just do it.
Don't put it up your nose. All right.
Okay, so pour it on thick, blow away the extra.
Yep.
Those are the basics.
Boop, 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 boop.
So does it matter where?
Boop, boop, boop. Oh, I just cover the whole thing.
Oh,
I don't know how easy that is for you, but
I just press A.
all right, hold
Like-
on. I gotta find the microphone thing on my 3DS.
How much does it matter to like waste?
You
Sorry,
can
we're
waste
gonna
it.
use
It doesn't.
all of it.
Yeah,
Edge
that's
for-
pretty much what I did. All right, there you
Hey!
go. So you got it?
Yep.
Oh, you did it! You found one!
but this looks like nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
What does it mean?
It think it means?
I think it means.
We're out of luck.
It says it for me.
Does
Okay.
it? They didn't change
Yeah.
it?
Nope. Well, that's good. We had the problem with them changing shit before.
I know, but you'd think they would edit
At least
mistakes.
that.
But yeah.
Out of luck?
The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves.
Doubts. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Maybe we have.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints?
Other prints?
Looking at the locker door again closely.
Oh, see.
There's,
yeah.
yep,
So,
the ones that Kita noticed.
yeah.
It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood. Alright, so let's do the top one.
Yeah, because it's clear.
Yeah. Done. Alright. Oh, wait. I'm not on the screen apparently. Yep, there we go. Make the screen white. Blind them.
Alright.
Block out the sun. Hey!
Yeah, your print's so clear, it's dazzling.
Dazzling?
Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away.
So we're not done yet? This is quite a process.
Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right?
I guess she's right. God, Phoenix.
Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left these prints.
Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was?
I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with the case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker?
Well, gee, I wonder.
I would guess Bruce Goodman
No.
or Jake Marshall.
No.
Meekins.
No.
Damon Gant.
No.
God damn it. Is it Gumshoe?
Yeah, because she said that the prints probably don't have anything to do with the case, so it's probably just gumshoes, like normal prints, just from
Okay.
every
So
day.
let's do Gumshoe.
Yeah.
And compare?
Yep.
It's Gumshoe. Well,
Match found.
we did it.
Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Okay, so to the left.
Yeah.
Alright, so examine? No, not examine.
I think we can we just use the fingerprinting kit? It just says check. So we might actually have to examine.
Okay, let's examine. The locker. Top left locker. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right?
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm a little bit behind.
This is her first remotely scientific thing this girl has done, right?
Alright.
Everyone's surprised Gumshoe's 30 years old.
How old did they think he was?
Some people are saying they thought he was a bit younger.
Oh. I mean, 30 isn't that old.
No, I'm only 3 years away from it. You guys call me old. Anyway. Alright,
Yes.
Emma. Rude.
Alright.
Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this?
There go her eyes sparkling again. Check for
Check
prints.
for prints. Why would we not?
Okay, let's check for prints. I have no idea.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me.
Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Okay. So, where I'm thinking the pointer finger.
You mean the middle
that's
finger?
not there. Oh, do we actually want to do? No, because I can't select those.
Yeah. Wait.
It lets me
Oh,
examine
okay.
like the left of the handprint.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I see what you're saying now.
Okay, so do that.
Yep.
Okay. The pointer finger. Oh, right. Eh.
I know, I always go
Blocking.
crazy with this too.
Okay. I did it.
Did it. Alright. So, whose prints do you want to check it against?
Goodman?
We can, yeah.
Is that wrong?
It is wrong, but
Did you already do it?
yep.
Damn it. Okay, compare. We'll just find out what happens when we're wrong.
Yep. No matches found. Failed.
Rude.
Alright, guess again.
I was thinking Marshall.
Yep. I
Okay,
mean,
but
spoiler.
I'm not there yet. Spoilers. Alright. Jake Marshall. Jim Pairing. It looks like his! We did it. Hey, these fingerprints,
Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know?
it's Officer Marshall.
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record.
That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
What is he?
But is he?
Emma? This are decidedly different. You mean these?
Yeah.
These. They really, they tried, but they didn't try as much in case 5, I guess. These are decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh. Oh!
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain. I almost said stained blood.
You know those stained bloods.
But why would Officer Marshall...
Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
Yes.
Hey, to be continued. So we finished investigating. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Imagine.
God.
Just imagine.
No. No. No.
You don't want to imagine. I'm going to save, but then I'm going to go.
No.
So it'll probably tell me
No.
the next line.
No.
Yeah, February 24th. But I gotta
Save it.
pee.
All right, go pee.
Okay, so
And
I'll
then
be right
once
back.
you get
and
back,
I'm
I'm gonna
cook up
go
the-
get a drink. Once you
Sounds.
get back.
Oh yeah, I should refresh my water as well.
Yeah.
So BRB.
Bye. Trial former and trial ladder is left. In the days before efficient computers, fingerprint forensicist used to compare each fingerprint to every single one in the database. Oh my god. That sounds like a hoot. All I see is Kat's chair. She is gone. And there's only me. But usually the trials tend to go faster than the investigations, so hopefully it won't be super long. Because last time, I mean, at the end of last time, I think Kat and I were both a little bit dead. We're just like, never again. So, just Kita, pretty much. Just me. Just me. And I have to sneeze. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Oh, maybe not. Doki doki flashbacks. Yeah, we were pretty dead after that one too, and Hodiful. Some of these games, man, just like the ending is just super long. Sing's still alive. Just barely. Just barely. So how's your weekend going? Six or 7 hours of Hodiful. Oh my god. Yeah, the ending for Hodiful was... Oh man, that was crazy. And it was super, like, it was super late too. It makes me want to send you lemon tea and honey by post. Your poor voices. Aw, thanks, Gay Goth Guy. Yeah. I pretty much drench my tea in honey so that I can force it down. I'm not really a big tea drinker, but I have found that when I put a lot of honey in it, I can drink it. So that's what I've been doing more recently. What you need is a hokey pokey literature club. That's what it's all about. Honey is also good for your throat. Yes. An herbal tea. I tend to go for peppermint, although throat coat is pretty good. Usually with lemon. I think it's lemon. It's either lemon throat coat or honey throat coat. I think it's lemon. It's like a black licorice blend, but when you have a bunch of honey in it, it's pretty good. I still say okie dokie literature club when going into something stressful. It's no longer tea with honey, it's honey with tea. That's pretty accurate. I'm trying to find some Makuna honey, which is like more natural honey, which is a little bit better for you. But we didn't get a chance to get that yesterday because the store was closed by the time we got there because we had to get a bunch of other stuff.
No.
Like I had to get an extension cord because I was redoing my setup since I have my upscaler and stuff now. So we had to go get that. I did find a copy of Harvest Moon Animal Parade, though, so that was pretty cool. Found that at GameStop.
Animal Parade? It's like Animal Crossing and it had a baby.
No, well, not exactly, but a lot of people have recommended it to me. It's for the Wii, and I didn't have it in my collection, so I did manage to get that. And I also picked up my beanies, so that was exciting. I love my Pokemon beanie. It's super cute.
That sounds adorable. I'm jelly.
Honey is a good antihistamine and also works against inflamed vocal cords. Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, so that's why I have
It's
honey
really
with tea.
great.
Lots of honey with tea.
Yeah, I was just saying that I'm trying to find Makuna honey, which is a more natural honey and a little bit better for you. I
That's
haven't
legit.
found any yet, but looking for it.
Legit.
Legit. All right, so I'm going to
Get water?
go... Yeah, I'm going to go get a drink. and then I will return.
Hey. So I have yogurt and water. D&D announcement. Yeah, for those that like D&D, I'll be doing my first, like, legit campaign in a couple weeks. Streaming it on a Saturday evening, the 28th. I don't know what time yet, but the 28th evening, night, Central Standard Time. We'll be doing D&D. Isaac will be the DM, and it'll just be me and Ritz with some guests, I think, every once in a while. So that's exactly what is. Tip of the beanie, yes. Hokey pokey, spelling is important. I mean, true. Oh, because hokey pokey, dokie dokie. I should probably stretch, but with Kita, I don't as much. Then it breaks us getting in the momentum. So, but when I'm by myself, I do. I'm glad you guys are excited for it. I'm nervous. I'm so scared. I hate making decisions. I hate role playing. Like off the top of my mind. Like I don't mind playing through something, but you guys know I have a hard time with decision making. So hopefully this at least helps me overcome that. It shall be interesting. It's okay, Red. You helped me grow with those corrections. A lot of teachers were in your family, so you had to deal with it. That makes sense. It helps us understand how to spell things correctly. It's overall a good thing.
Hello.
Hello. What yogurt is it? It is salted caramel crunch. So it's basically pretzels and chocolate chips and caramel Greek yogurt. Yeah. Hi, Caleb. I'm good. How are you? Take care, St. Patrick. Thank you for stopping. Have a wonderful day.
Oh, sweet. It looks like trial former is really short.
Hey, sweet.
Let me look at
Oh, yeah. I need to come up with another small design. I want my tattoo so bad, but then I have to wait.
Ladder is a little bit longer, but neither of them are near the length of the investigation, so.
That's totally fine. I'll take it. I don't mean to do it to you because the dyslexic thing really messes with it. I just have a tendency towards things dyslexically, and that's bad enough. That's totally fine. You're totally fine. It helps me learn. Also, for some reason, yeah, I was going to say that, put it twice. What did you get to eat? If anything.
Oh, I just have salt and vinegar chips that were left over from my sub that I ate right before the stream, so. Just finishing them off.
That's legit.
Yep.
Oh, did Lissy think that Animal Crossing was coming? I don't know.
That hasn't been announced yet, I don't think.
That'd be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised, though.
No, everyone is like, every time a direct happens, everybody's like, we want Animal Crossing, and then they haven't announced it yet, and then people get salty.
Right? Oh, you and your mom are getting matching tattoos. That's so exciting, Chris. Me and my mom do, too. Nom nom. Space Coast to Coast to Coast. Oh my god. I remember that. God damn it. Wake up. There we go. Salt and vinegar is delicious.
It is, though.
Eating the last of the yogurt. Oh, your guys' mom's hates all the crunching.
Sorry.
hates tattoos. That's not fun. No, it's yeah. Both you and me were like munching.
My dad hates tattoos too, so I get
My
it.
dad does too. Anytime I get one, my dad rolls his eyes and I don't know.
Yeah, my dad doesn't like my tattoos or my nose ring, and I'm just like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, it's not your body. I'm sorry, Creative Eye. People get salty after every Nintendo Direct.
That's true.
Just because of that.
Well, it's because everybody wants something different. So, you have people that are fans of one franchise or series, fans of another
Right.
one, and, when nothing gets announced that they want, they get salty.
I mean, I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised they haven't done Animal Crossing.
It's
It
overdue.
seems like the perfect, yeah.
It's overdue
And I'm
because
not even into Animal Crossing, and I'm surprised.
I'm pretty sure that New Leaf was 2012. So that was 6 years ago. So that's kind of long.
Exactly.
So
And thank you for the follow. Thank you, Summer Storm. And thank you, Ray Monster. Thank you, guys. But yeah, that was so long ago, whereas Smash has happened to every
yeah, exactly.
Mario Kart's happened to every single console. A Mario game, a Zelda game, like everything happens.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Yeah.
Splatoon's starting to get there.
Yeah, Mario and Zelda are always kind of the heavy hitters or the focuses of a new console generation.
It's true.
But yeah, Animal Crossing would be perfect for the Switch. So
I think so. I think it'd be great because portability too.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's definitely the kind of game that you could play while you're watching TV.
Right.
So.
Oh yeah, easily. I completely agree.
And you've never played it?
I've never played Mario Crossing, no.
Mario
Crossing. Sorry, I was reading Red's, not the comment. Animal Crossing. Although I have not been one to play a lot of recent, so I've heard Odyssey is worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't played like
I think
Galaxy
you would.
or anything like that.
I think you would really like it, which is part of the reason why I'm kind of like that would be fun for us to play.
Yeah, I think it's just me playing. I don't tend to play many games that are chill. Like I've never been that way since I was a kid. Like even Pokemon. I've never finished a Pokemon game. I've just never. Yeah, it's just a lot of chill and endless in theory. So I just don't play them.
Huh.
I tend to play things till they're done and then I move on to the next thing. Like literally, it was surprising that I got Mass Effect.
That what?
That I got into Mass Effect with Mass Effect being so long.
It is long, but it does have an ending.
It does. So that's why I was
so
willing to do it.
I mean, so does Pokemon. It's just an RPG. Like, it has an ending. It's just long.
Yeah.
And, whereas, like, other games are literally endless.
Right. And so, like, I just, when it takes forever or it's not ending, I don't have an interest as much. I don't know why. That's just how I've always been since I was a kid. Bye, Bashful Girl. Hey, Sam.
And yet you want to play Stardew with me.
Yeah, because that's somebody else to enjoy it with. Like, that's fine for me. I just, alone, I'm like, I get bored.
Yeah.
But that's just how I've been. Or just, like, I could do something else and get through something else. Because when a game's games, or do this game. So, I don't know.
Well, let me tell you, I was at a store that had retro games the other day, and I was like, man, these would all be hilarious to play with Kat.
Yes. It's just be excited. Oh my god. Take a look at I've seen Aviary Attorney. I don't it looks like it's well done, but I'm kind of Ace Attorney'd out for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're both a little Ace Attorney'd out, so it might be a while before for a bit.
And if we do it, we're doing it with a walkthrough, because I'm not.
Yeah. Not dealing with that shit.
It's way too long, and it's such a bitch to edit.
Yeah. Because I have it already, I believe, or something. Maybe I don't, but I think I do. But yeah, it would be a lot of the same. So. Everyone's like, it's great.
What?
Oh, then maybe that's what it was. You were offering me it. But yeah. Aviary attorney. Everyone's saying it's great, but no walkthrough for aviary attorney. It's different. Okay. Weird. But yes, I'm not surprised Red has it at all. I am ready when you are.
Alright, let me take another sip of water.
I like that everyone's trying to guess this riddle.
Alright.
At February 24th?
Mm-hmm.
All right, February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
So what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all,
The
which one's
victim
Lana
was...
again? Oh.
What?
Oh, her sister.
Yeah. Not
Which
Lotta. Different.
Oh, I know. If I'd seen Lotta, my heart would sink. It's fine.
Aww. Oh my god. Patty Papas.
Body papas.
The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at the other crime scene.
Lana!
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you for too... I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though.
So how'd it go?
It says Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much. So I struck a plea bargain.
A plea bargain? What do you mean by that?
We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma.
But Lana, don't tell me you...
Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Miss Sky,
Hmm?
we discovered traces left by a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall.
We found Officer Marshall's traces.
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
Fuck yeah. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
She's so frustrating. She's not helping at all.
No,
February
she's really
20.
not.
She's not. February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach criminal affairs from the prosecutor's office. The victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial.
Indeed. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things.
Oh, he's on top of things.
Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? You admire, don't lie.
Don't I?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
I don't know. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Meekins. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go.
Edgeworth does not care.
Fucking Meekins.
Fucking Meekins. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I am the officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir.
That's not your occupation. So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me. Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir.
Fucking millennials.
Fucking millennials.
A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, please help me. Help me, sir.
Officer Meekins,
Yes, sir.
give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be what to do, sir.
And
You
we're
can't
destroying
fault him.
everything. Sorry.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm.
Nope, not at all.
Witness testimony, crime report, sir.
Sir! I just had flashbacks of fucking Cadet Kelly anyway. That's old school.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, and then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's what the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and the colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin his cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. All right. Cross-examination. Hey, so now...
So we want to press everything.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Also, hi, Fro! I figured that might be the best course of action.
Yes.
So just in a row?
Yep, in a row. Let's do it.
Let's press it. Although... Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes, now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The mask.
Guard it. Someone
Guard
might
it with
steal
your life. Yeah. Oh, the blue... The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the head, sir.
Oh my god.
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
He's trying to say, like,
You're
they don't
important.
trust you with shit.
No, they don't.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Press.
It does look nothing like a badger, right? And thank you for the clip, F, right? Thank you, Hey, Blue Beast! Hello, hello. Alright, so press I spotted.
Mm-hmm.
Hold it. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir.
Goddamn.
Precisely, sir. I have one right here, right? I have one right here.
Lana's back!
No!
No, lie on me. Stay hidden forever. It's fine.
She's on
Precisely,
in the
sir.
clips.
It's true.
I have one right here around my neck.
So then your ID number should be listed in here, right? Which one are you? That's
There it is! I found it!
Oh my god.
There is the one right there!
right here. Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 498-9596. That's what my number is, sir.
I see, huh? But the number is 498-9596. What? It's shown as being used twice. Oh. I wasn't paying attention to that.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after I fell down.
I see. So it was during the second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I was spotted. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Added to ID card court record. ID card record? That's what it was. Alright, so let's press... I was only doing
Keep
what I was
on
doing.
pressing. Keep on pressing.
Pressing so good.
Press that so good.
So good. So you were attacked. Can you please explain, can you please tell us exactly what happened to you, sir? To you. You know, can I read? That'd be great.
It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. Damn. Throwing that shade.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him.
I can see that. I can envision that perfectly well.
That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept cool. Maybe if you just kept you cool, your hand wouldn't be.
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
Okay. I fought for my life, then I did it.
Press.
Press. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I don't know. I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir.
He's really into them.
The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around to perform the disarming. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Yep.
I see. You must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew,
Yes?
he punched me right in my face, sir.
Oh, poor Meekins. And then press after that I passed out.
Yep.
Which officer was it that smacked you awake? About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right.
According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. Or, I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. Rude, judges, rude.
Wow.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate...
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief.
Delivered it? What is that? Videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera and the evidence.
Throw your objections.
What? but I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Wow.
Looks like communication with the police department is good as ever. Great. Well then, let's have a look.
Show us the
Show us the... Judge got a little prepubescent a little for a second. That's fine. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
Didn't he say murder a couple times?
Yeah, right? A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into?
You can't hear this music.
That's terrifying.
Oh my god.
That is absolutely terrifying.
Yes, it is.
Ooh, that chest though. That midsection.
Oh, conveniently placed flag! Oh, Meekins.
Hey. Oh, he got like cut right in the face.
Yeah, he got wrecked.
Yeah. That's actually really scary.
It would be.
Could have been a lot worse. Like, he definitely could have been the one murdered. So that's Meekins' blood all over the body. Or, I mean, the floor. That we sprayed,
Probably.
and it got cleaned up. So
Probably,
it was
yeah.
probably him just dripping blood, so there's never a victim.
Right.
Oh my god, why don't they just test the fucking... Well, I guess it got cleaned up, but test the blood, damn it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's...
Edgy's upset.
That's just a little bit. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised? This is going smoothly. Isn't going smoothly. I mean, the salt would have worked too. Security tape added to the court record. Yes, well anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter or something in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incompetent footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
Mystery man. Alright.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was... I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective... The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir, so it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
Except for a little bitch. What's the point?
Little bitch
What's
with
this?
a cactus.
Exactly. Oh my god. What's the point about a fingerprint? What's this about? What's the point? What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. So are we pressing everything again?
Nope. We don't have
okay.
to this time.
Sweet.
So what do you think would be a good thing to press? I mean,
The
his face
fingerprint?
can't be clearly seen in the video, that's obvious.
Yeah. I would think the fingerprints, because we do... I mean, I don't know if I'm too... little bitch, but...
No.
Okay. No one else could have unlocked it. there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, but there is because we didn't see the face.
So it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. Do you want to do that one?
But yeah, press it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the last one.
Yeah. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Thank you, Phoenix, for being on the same page as me for once.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and it was his hand that tried to thrust my knife into my body. So my unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? Yes, there's a problem.
Yep, there's a problem.
Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out.
Well, yeah, he's not just gonna be like,
that's-
hey, just say
that's what he
stuff.
said.
It's fine.
Yeah. We'll just take your word for it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
Okay.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
So close your eyes.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Alright. His waggy finger. I will Pentagon, by the way.
Alright, see if you notice anything, and if you don't, I'll tell you.
A piece of paper fell out.
Yes.
Is that it?
Yeah, I actually, from what I remember, it is. Hold on.
Because
Trying to,
nothing
like-
else. Oh,
Yeah.
then there's blood on his coat. Damn, he got Meekin's good.
He's, like, how deep would he have to have cut Meekin's hand to get that much blood everywhere?
Right? That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, so you have to do this in order. So we want to present. You are right about the thing falling out.
But that's not the first thing.
It's not the first thing. So you want to present the locker itself first.
Okay, before he gets to it?
Hold on. Yeah, this would be hard to notice if you weren't, like, really paying attention. Before he gets to it, yes, you want to present it, because if you notice, there's above it, it shows that it's lit.
Oh, so it's already open
it's
before
open.
he even gets to
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
I remember
Ooh,
the
wait for
first
it to
time I
restart.
played this game, and I was going through this footage like, what the fuck do you
Like,
want?
what do you
Yeah.
want from me? Okay, I'm there.
All right, so you presented it.
I'm about to. I gotta line up.
Yeah, go
okay,
ahead.
the light. Okay. Okay, wait. I accidentally pressed A instead of present. Get on the fucking light.
No,
Yeah.
do it on the locker. I don't
Oh,
think
okay,
you necessarily have to
locker.
do the light. Yeah.
Oh, locker. Take that! The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. Confidence. Phoenix, you don't have it. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drop. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think through this again,
Now what do I do? What?
What the heck? That's what it says to do.
Maybe we do put it on the light.
It says, look at Goodman's locker. It's lit up. Present it. If the locker was lit, that means it was open. Goodman's locker was lit, so it was already opened. The judge wants you to show why.
I'm gonna go and do the light and see.
Alright.
Just remember one thing, right, is what I'm like at, but I'm just going through them because it's the wrong. Please show us the contradictions you speak of. Right. God damn.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's try this again.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try and do the light.
Okay.
Oh god. I'm doing it again. Okay, there we go. Take that.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh,
seriously
okay, sweet.
It seriously says in the guide, look at Goodman's locker. It's lit up. Present it. That makes it sound
Not the
like
light.
it wants you
Yeah.
to present the locker, not the
Right.
light above the... Okay, whatever. Fine.
The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir, do you mean me, sir?
There's no other Meekins. As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If the print matches the registered data, the light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Something's still unsettling. Like right
yeah,
eye
if
is
only you
crying.
could. If only you could hear the music that goes with it.
Great. When the victim reaches for the handle, let's rewind to a little earlier. Oh, okay. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Calm
Order,
down.
order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should... Phoenix. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the electronic system.
Something. Jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in the video.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well. Let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause for this. All right. The piece of paper was jamming it?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'll pause it right when that
So you
happens.
gotta you gotta make it so that you can put the cursor on it and then present that. So.
As it's falling out?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like almost in front of the other lockers, but... Is that okay?
I think so, yeah. Should be.
How big is your hitbox piece of paper?
I know.
Present it. Take that. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. We're very close, and I'm still unsettled. Apparently the Blue Badger music is driving everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm lucky for once. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened.
Well,
I have to fall out and roll. God damn it.
Phoenix, we can't be sure that item was in the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? Yes. Yeah, watch it again, I guess.
yeah.
This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my... Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
Well,
But the object would have been extremely thin to that door.
not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits that description.
But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out. Do I? Okay, sure. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the door? You know what? It always covers it. A glove?
There you go.
Is it the glove? The rubber glove?
Yes, it is. Good job.
Done. Sweet.
Done.
Take that! I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lamp tests this. The lit lamp. You mean the light?
Yeah.
On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir!
Is he like choking himself with...
Yes, he
handcuffs?
is. He's into it.
Yeah, apparently. Order, order, order. So we are to believe then that the victim witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mysterious man, too. Alright.
There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use an ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card.
An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor.
There we go. Who the fuck is 777?
The ID used at 514 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing that does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Mystery man number 2. So examine. Hi, find. Hello, hello. Alright. So do we want to press?
We can present.
Just yellow?
Well, he's talking about how you have to use your ID card to enter the evidence room.
Right, but anyone can grab it.
Well, right, Goodman didn't have his ID card. So...
Right, 'cause it was in the garage.
Right, so what would you like to present then? Not on the first one, but...
I would say the ID card.
Alright, on the second statement?
Let me make sure which one's the second. Oh yeah, to enter the evidence room, you must need it. Okay, let me get to it.
Okay.
Present a Goodman's ID.
Yep.
Objection. Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the scene of the crime. The crime scene, same thing. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying... Because that's a shocker. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much tonight. What? Thought. Oh my god! My eyes are not reading today. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. I love you.
That's... I love...
Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument.
For him.
At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes. What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
Okay. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Smooth.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
Rude. Who points their finger around all the time?
Right?
This isn't good.
Well, well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Ah! Well, I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, the trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Good.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana...
What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I guess object.
Object.
Object! One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
He's trapping me so good. This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Okay. We just really like this badger.
Right.
Well. However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the park. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence. The defense demands further examination into the truth. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses would be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be the... This just might be my chance.
Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand!
Mr. Wright, do you mean...
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? It is the Texas Cowboy, Jake Marshall. Done. Present him.
Present him.
Pull him out of my pocket. Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let him know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the subpoenaed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is in recess. Hey! Oh, not yet.
Premature celebration there, Kat.
Premature celebration, because I'm pretty sure it'll ask us to save, right?
Yeah, should after this.
February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Yeah.
Why don't you just fucking tell me, you hoe? Oh my god.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything.
Emma.
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Awkward. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Aww. Poor Gumshoe. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Miss Sky. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? Oh, oh, ho, oh, ho, ho, oh, ho, ho, oh, ho, 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 ho.
I'm so glad you had to do that. Oh my god, that was beautiful. You did it perfectly. Like, literally could not have been no better. Oh my god, that's amazing.
You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here.
Finally.
Here. You might do well to read them.
Helping us with something.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness? Receipt file of SL9 incident files.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why is your name in here?
Well, my name's in there. I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that...
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dock killings.
The... Joe Dock... No. No, Lana. That's over with. No!
Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere.
Bye!
Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Grant, and Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence.
Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I'd better take a good look at this file. All right, now to be continued.
Yes!
Hey, and we did it in an hour. Hey.
Oh my gosh.
Sweet. Oh my god. And hi, White Wolf. So I'm not used to playing games that have voice acting.
That what?
It's
What'd you
Kata.
What?
White Wolf said that they aren't used to playing games that have voice acting in here, or voiceovers, that they were legit thinking, like, who's reading the voices with me?
Oh!
Yes, it's
That's
Kata.
me.
Yes. And hi, little Miss Wedgie Knickers. Hello, hello. And hi, Quintuple. Hi, guys.
Alright, can you give me 2 seconds so I can go pee?
Go for it. Hi, Brandon. Hi, guys. Thank you for the clip, Wright and manga chick. Those are the way you two read the last. Hell yeah. Finally, we'll know something. Hopefully. Hopefully. Hi, Remold. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Just kiddings instead of killings. Oh, my word. My voice is fine, but Meekins like kills it. I really hope we're done with Meekins at this point, because I can't. I mean, I could, but whew, I'm feeling it. Are you guys at least enjoying it? At least, like, is it better with a walkthrough so you guys aren't, like, sitting here while we're staring at it? Like, is it at least, like, a little more flowy? Because in 3.5 hours, we're already at the last thing. So hopefully it's, like, a doable amount of time this time. He's so intense. He is very intense. And I gave him a high-pitched voice, of course. But if the next one's going to be Marshall, then Kita gets to talk. Excuse me. Oh my god. I'm so excited to retweet the oh ho ho. I'll have to look at the clips, and see which one I should tweet out. Remember, the best always gets tweeted out. Don't forget to clip. It is also fun this way. Okay. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. Voice acting makes this all fun. That's true. Oh man. It was too good not to clip. Already obviously agreed, right? With that walkthrough. Oh, thanks. Ween! I mean, it could be either of those. Oh, I'm so glad you like the voices, Pink Kitten. It's fun, you're doing great. Oh, thanks, Find. Also, I saw that you were jealous of his. Grow one. Make your dreams come true. Or buy one.
What?
Buying a beard.
Buying a beard?
Yep. And everyone says that they love our voices and that we're doing great with the walkthrough and with either way.
Oh.
But yeah,
Thanks,
it's
guys.
I think it's less draining for us to definitely go by the walkthrough.
It's a lot less draining because that way we don't have to. I mean, we could figure it out. It would just take a lot longer and it would be more tedious for you guys because, you know, if we're trying to like walk around to figure something out, or if something needs to be done in a specific order,
right?
You know, then it can get convoluted and stuff. So.
Yeah.
And it's not really fun to watch us just be like, I'm not sure what the game wants.
Yeah, like, goddamn it, I'm staring at this. I'm just staring at it. It's not going to tell me. Yeah. Damn it.
I just think it's probably more entertaining too.
Right.
To kind of just
thank you, Demonas.
Blow through it. So.
Right. And Quintuple says that Kita should use the oh ho ho
as what?
Where you were gumshoe going oh ho ho, like repeatedly, doing it as a sub alert.
Oh my god.
Bless you. Bless you. Just go down to the beard store. Exactly.
The beard store.
Burning the badger. Yeah. Badger. Bless you.
Oh. All right.
All right. So yes, save.
Yep, save. Moving on.
February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Shit.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Excuse me while I just, you know, drink from my flask.
Drink. Yeah.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Glug, 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 glug. Me, partner.
How can you say that? Oh, okay.
No. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Deep.
Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections when needed.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Oh, honey.
Oh, you don't call him the howling wind?
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner.
What do you mean?
Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we just get on with this quickly.
I agree.
Please share with us your testimony of the day. In English.
What other language do you speak it in?
Well, he sometimes inserts Spanish words, so maybe that's...
Oh, maybe he means that. Rude.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I love how he just, admits that he didn't do his job at all.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's just like, yeah, I'm supposed to do this, but I didn't.
Too bad. I can't say in particular... Yeah, goddammit. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Rude. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks inside the evidence room?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
Uh-huh. He's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines, or with following orders.
He's
Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Well, day of the crime. Let's cross-examine.
Okay.
Press everything, or...
No. No. Let's not do that.
Say we did.
Yeah, pretty much. So, we actually have something that can tie him to this whole thing and just be like, you're lying. Because he says, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. He's saying he wasn't there, but we can tie him to it.
Okay, so for the street-side saloon, presenting something there?
Mm-hmm. Like, he had to have been there. Yep.
So, Marshall's handprints?
Yep.
Let's present it. Present.
Present it.
Present. Jesus, there we go. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the...
And yet you drag me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there.
Our blood was, though.
Yeah, right.
Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Bitch.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingers were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Rude. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints.
Very well. You may begin your testimony about your found at the scene of the crime. Rude. Bloodstained fingerprints.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Now what?
We're gonna want to press this first one here.
Okay, like I said.
Hold it.
That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
Deep.
Yeah, I know.
I see.
I walk a lonely road.
The only road I ever...
Don't know where it goes.
But it's home to me and I walk alone.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never changed. He must have been using the fingerprint lock without even knowing it. His fingerprints were updated. Great. Hi, Jeff, by the way. And by the way, hugs. I saw that you didn't have the best day earlier today, so all the hugs. Can we throw some love in chat for Jeff? And anyone else that needs it? I doubled, but you know, extra love. Working hard.
All the love.
All the love, every single bit of it.
Everyone's like, yeah, that song. It's a sing-along stream now. All right.
Yeah, sometimes we just break out into songs, it's fine. Sometimes the songs are deadpan.
Sometimes they're deadpan. Sometimes they're crazy. That's fine.
Yep.
All right. So.
Alright, so, or you didn't know the murderer was wearing gloves. We want to press on. Now.
Okay, press on that one.
Yep.
Red has some passions against Marshall. How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place his hand on top of a fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
Unless your first finger and your thumb had the tips of the finger of the glove cut off for some reason. Maybe.
But we found the glove.
We found one
Didn't we?
glove.
Well, we found one glove, that's true, we didn't.
And also it wasn't one he was wearing, it was one that was used to block the sensor.
Right,
So we don't know the gloves that the person was wearing.
right.
I know we don't have anything against that, but I'm just theorizing. It's fine. The picture. Or the picture?
This seal of blood in the desert, it's just food for the buzzards.
Hmm.
There's only one reality, and that's this.
The security tape.
So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
You're really confident about that? This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Honestly, Officer Marshall. Goddamn.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
Press that?
Yep.
Or present? Okay.
Nope, press it.
What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
Objection. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Convenient. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. Oh, I have to hit next. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, he could leave the room without being caught on. Another objection.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Rude. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Sir Marshall was present, please do so now. Show evidence.
Show evidence.
Yellow. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Bitch. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Rude. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. The piece of paper falling out of his locker? Or is there something else?
Yeah, I don't think it's a piece of paper, but there is something sticking out of his locker, you're right.
And it's only after.
Uh-huh.
Because I just looked and it's not there right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one we need to do?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. I'm just waiting. He's not as bad as Von Karma, that's true.
Who, Marshall?
Yeah. Fucking Von Karma.
Yeah.
Hi, Soothsayer! Hello, hello. You did make Alright, and pause.
Pause.
And the piece of paper. Or
Yep.
whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Present! Take that. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Didn't you say you weren't from Texas?
I don't know where he's from anymore.
Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind to the videotape a bit. Dun 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 dun. Manamana. Dun 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 dun. Manamana. It's not there anymore. What a shocker.
Right.
Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation.
Magic.
Officer Marshall, magic. There's Hogwarts up in this bitch.
Right.
Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened the locker when the camera was turned away. What? Oh no, I'm surprised. Order. It would seem. Oh, goddamn.
Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man.
That's.
So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine.
How would he open it? That's.
Yeah. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? 'Cause you are.
Yep. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it.
What? Like, the facts! Fucking facts!
Facts.
fine.
Facts are facts.
Facts. Evidence locker.
Yep.
To represent that.
Yep.
Alright. Take that.
Fingerprint sensor.
Oh, he didn't know.
He's looking mighty guilty.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. Flashback.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
Wait.
Sucker.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less?
Bitch.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Chewing on jerky, I think. Or his bandana, I can't tell.
No, yeah, I
think it's
bandana.
jerky. I think it's
Oh,
jerky.
God!
Oh no! What? No! No! I was not expecting that to happen, so I missed the first thing.
I wasn't either. Order. Witness, explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence at the time of the...
Olay!
Olay! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence. You, Officer Meekins, didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? I mean, I have no idea.
Okay.
Behind the thing?
Well, he can't hide anywhere. Like, there's literally no place for Meekins not to have seen Marshall.
So he's the killer.
No,
Well,
they think
what's K?
K is killer,
Killer?
but they think Meekins was the killer, remember?
Okay, so victim.
Yes.
That was him.
Right.
So click victim.
Yep, present.
Take that! But he was the killer, so... Officer Marshall! Officer Marshall was standing right here. There? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Yes, Judge.
Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video was Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
Objection. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence or carrying. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. Oh. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it?
I mean, how hard would it be to just go get Meekins and be like, hey, was this Goodman?
Hey, bitch.
Was this the
See
guy?
his face.
Is this his
Yeah.
face? Like,
Exactly.
you're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your position.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Really? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Why do I have to try so hard to prove people innocent, but no one has to prove guilty?
Also,
I
again,
don't understand.
just go get Meekins.
Yeah, seriously.
Like,
It's fine. Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat,
Fuck off.
right?
This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Please help, Edgy. Edgy.
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. Teach me.
Teach
I'll
me.
pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics. Mia. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Oh my god!
Nick, try thinking outside the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it had been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is the piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. Get ready to listen to some more of this music.
Yep.
I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open it. I'm guessing when he was attacked, maybe his jacket? Maybe his jacket's the white cloth, so it's not actually a cloth, it's a jacket. Because it's got blood on it!
Mm-hmm.
So, what do I click on, though?
Just wait.
When he's being attacked and there's blood on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right here?
Yeah.
So when just his shoulder showing with the blood?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Should I click on the blood?
Click on the blood, yeah, and present.
I'm trying. Get out the fucking thing. Thank you. Take that. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. I don't know what that reason was yet.
Yet.
However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, huh, partner?
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth and nothing but the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here, now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
He's like, stop being mean to my boyfriend.
Exactly. Leave him
All
alone.
right. It seems the time has come.
Marshall's confession.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Well,
So why were you... Okay. So the supposed victim was really you.
but there's one thing I still don't understand. Large quantities of blood traces were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. Why didn't you test it?
Yep. I don't know why they don't test anything.
They don't.
It looked like too much blood for that. I mean, he did say he flailed like an octopus.
It's true. So,
Yeah, we still have to cross-examine. Damn.
we need to press everything.
Great. So let's press the first one. I had to do it.
Yep.
Hold it. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only the detective who is in charge of it can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
Well, Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I...
Press I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filing out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Normally, that locker shouldn't have opened.
So it opened because a rubber glove was stuck in the door by chance. Then Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
Alright, press.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins.
Mm-hmm.
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
Oh. When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say. So what happened next? Press and managed to escape.
Yep.
So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. That seems stupid, to delete footage after only 6 hours.
Like, that's not enough time, especially if you didn't catch something.
Right. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room, press.
Yep.
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
No, you're not.
No, not really.
Not in court.
No.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences, which can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why.
Press?
Press.
But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for those crimes. One thing I can say for sure, he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling, we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. Okay, so now we're presenting, I'm assuming.
Yes. So,
Which,
we want to
by
go back to
way,
the...
We're not beating it today, by the way.
Oh, God.
We're not beating case 5, no.
Oh, God.
We're just finishing up this trial, and then we're going to beat it the next time we stream it, hopefully. Which will
Yeah,
be next,
because
a week from today.
there's an investigation left. There's Trial Former, Trial Ladder 1, and Trial Ladder 2 to go after this. So, yeah, there's no way. It would be another how many hours? And neither of us could... It's too much.
We don't have that energy or voice.
No, it does exhaust you.
Yeah, and I'm playing this on the Wii converted.
The Wii virtual console.
Emulation? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the virtual console.
Right. All right. Sorry, say what we're gonna say.
So we want to go back to that. I can't just forget about the SL9 incident statement. We want to go on there and we want to present something.
Okay, I'm getting there. Okay, present.
All right. So before we present it, let's check, because we never did. So let's check what we were given by Gumshoe and Lana.
It was the SL9 incident files?
Yeah. So we want to check it. So, yeah. Incident, SL9, closed. Criminal, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentenced death. Victims, Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators were Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. So, where in that do you see the connection?
The head investigator and all the investigators.
No, there's something more than that. Like, something that really drives him.
Neil Marshall was a victim?
Yep.
So that's the same last name?
Yep. So,
okay.
We can present this whole file because we're basically saying, like, you knew the victim.
This relates to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay. Present. Present. There we go. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. In a list of murdered victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What was his... Wait, but what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gaunt, chief detective at the time. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reasons for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Can't. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence. Yes, we know. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him Yes.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecution. At exactly the same time at the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. If no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the... That means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait, there's more. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today.
But...
There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been uncovered. No contradictions remain. The murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. There were no errors in the testimony of the witness, Angel Starr. If you have a response, make it one word or less. Well, Phoenix only has one word.
Arg!
Well, it wasn't that one, but okay.
Well,
I rest my case.
it seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection! Hold it!
Your Honor, wait.
Emma!
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in this sense...
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Miss Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings.
Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky's sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
Thank you for saving us that time.
So did you find something, right?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
Sure.
Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all the... Yes, Your Honor. If I've ever needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's? Could there be something I'm missing? Sure, I object. Yellow. Always object. That is the name of the game. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
The mascot's in the way of the bloody handprint, so that was at a different time.
Right.
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans? Oops. The Blue Badger panel.
Yep.
Present it. Take
GG,
that. GG, I figured it out.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans on the crime scene, of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So
watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be place a handprint at this spot of the locker.
what?
So that means, what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found on the locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma.
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. But the problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. That explains a lot of blood.
Yes, it does.
It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refute you.
Objection back.
I love that.
The murder the murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
It's just foreplay now.
At
So
this
then,
point.
assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it occurred.
When did the first incident occur? With the key cards. To surmise, the defense claims that prior to they're very proud art because
Yeah.
they've shown it way too many
Yep.
times.
And the video, too.
Oh my god. Prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was disguised as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? Proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present the evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? The ID card record.
Yep.
Present it. Thank you. Take it. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the perpetrator would have had to enter the room. In order to do so, an ID card is required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Miles, no. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. Oh, is this the judge the whole time?
No, I think that was Phoenix.
Okay.
But I might have been wrong. It doesn't matter.
If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Just what have you done?
I never figured you had nerve, boy. Put off the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
So it's obviously whoever 777.
Mhm.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, with a lot of sevens. 7 sevens specifically.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence? Since there's no record of this card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with the repeated numbers. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777-77777.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor.
Damn it, I didn't get the
Unfortunately,
messages.
I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection. But that's ridiculous. Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
Another objection.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Flashback. Oh.
Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Lana,
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
but Lana,
Even if it involved forging evidence.
Well,
See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No!
order, 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 order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir that the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day.
Ha!
To be continued!